Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. It's super dark here where I am because it's thunderstorming out there. So yeah, bit of a wet, bit of a damp Monday morning, but hopefully you guys are safe and happy where you are. So today we are going to be working on more Insignia dev. Over the weekend, I actually produced a new video, a Unity tutorial video. This one was a video on side-scrolling movement, or 2D movement, including side-scrolling and platforming and top-down. I'm excited for you to watch it, and I hope to get some feedback from you about whether you liked it. But I'm also going to be making lots more tutorials on Unity in the very near future, so you can look forward to those as well. Okay, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and Twitch, and I want to say also a big thank you to Magophony for the most recent follow. 40,000! Well, wow, we must have crossed that over the weekend. 40k, there you go. And also a big thank you to Blue Crunch for the most recent subscription on Twitch. All right. So, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Lucas. It is hard. It's, you know, it's one of those things. My style is, it's not one that I recommend, but it's one that it's basically the only style I know how to do. I kind of just like have a pretty clear idea about what I want to show, and I just shoot it step by step. And every time I do a take, I don't have a script, I just have the step I want to teach, and then I just do the step, and then I re-record it, and then I don't stop filming, but I just keep doing additional takes until I get like the last one. Sometimes it's like 8 or 9 takes per like sentence, where I'm just like, okay, say this, okay, say it again but clearer, okay, say it again but clearer, okay, say it again but clearer. So eventually, and that only really works if I know exactly what I'm doing in the tutorial. Hey, Irreverent Fox, welcome. Hey, Soundwich Artist. Hey, Isaac. Hey, Shocky Shark. Yeah, so I just sort of, you know, I just keep doing takes, and if I run into something that, like, let's say I do a take and I explain something, and then like 3 steps later, I realized there was like a better way if I had explained it sooner, like if I had like rearranged some of the steps, I'll just rewind and just start from that point again. I also try, I don't know if you guys would prefer it this way or a different way, but I try to keep it followable. Like even as I'm watching it back, I sometimes think I go too fast, but a lot of YouTubers will make their steps in like super quick cuts. It'll be like, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And it'll be over in 5 minutes, but if you're a beginner, you won't even, like, there's no chance you could follow it. You'll have to Google how to do all of those things in each of the steps because you won't know what any of that means. So I try to sort of have it be, you know, something like if you had the video playing along, you could have the editor and just sort of like, you wouldn't have to pause so much. So there's a lot of editing. I do a lot of editing, but I also make sure that I am showing everything on screen that I'm talking about. If I say something, you should be able to see me do it on the screen, or at least see the before and after, so that you can just, like, if I say, let's add this line of code, the next frame, the line of code is there, and you can pause it and type it out if you want. But I won't like show you, I won't just like dump a whole function in on you. So yeah, I think it depends on the audience. I think it depends if you're going for advanced versus simple. Yeah, also, like, I think a lot of the value is in explaining the things. Like, I take a beat, I think, in this video to explain, like, rigid body physics, or like what the parameters are for a rigid body, or why we have to add 2D instead of just rigid body. It's like, well, because if you don't know that, that's useful information that you're going to need. If you add a rigid body component and not a rigid body 2D component, nothing will happen. So there's so many, like, it's so much harder to teach someone in a way where they know why they have to do something and what would happen if they did it a different way as you're teaching, because you have to sort of go down the branch of the little tree, you know? Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy. This video is not done very well so far in the first 24 hours, but I'm pretty confident that it will do better over time as users search. I think the recommendations engine will pick it up more. I made a bit of an error last night where I uploaded it and then I had to do a quick edit, so I had to delete it and re-upload it, and I think I lost some traction with the algorithm doing that, because the people who watched it in the first 20 minutes weren't going to watch it again. So right now it's a little, it's not really getting the views that I'd like for it, but I think this is one of those videos where, like, long term, you know, like 6 months, a year down the road, that video will have 100,000, 200,000 views on it probably. So that's generally what I find with very clear, good tutorials. They don't age. People will watch them for months and months and months. Okay. So today we are back on Insignia. I've had a really busy weekend. I've actually maintained a really good pace with a lot of the work that I've been doing, but I'm a little anxious today because I've sort of run out of things that I said I would do. And now lies the task of blocking in the next 4 weeks. That's basically what we've budgeted for this submission. I actually probably don't need 2 weeks to prepare the application. Right now I've got 1 week for testing the application. But I probably don't need a whole week to put together the video. That's probably going to take me like 2 days. And then preparing the application, maybe that'll take me a week, but I don't know about that. And then testing, I mean, that's something that we do progressively. So I could see this yellow box sort of creeping into the end of March, towards the end of March, maybe like at the latest, you know, we eat in another week. But I think it's really important that we are able to get as far with this thing as possible. I'm a bit frustrated with the fact that despite having spent now 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks plus another couple of weeks before that getting things ready and working on the game, even from January, you know, I still don't have like a simple playable thing that is like holistically what I want. Whoever's like funding, whoever's in a position to fund the thing, I don't have a thing that's playable that they can just play. It's really frustrating because this project has had so many like identities over the years, and so many things work to some extent or fit in one way, but they don't fit. It's all on the cutting room floor, is what I'm saying. So that's something that I really want to fix, but we're not quite there yet. Like, this thing should be playable as soon as possible, but I also think that there are still a couple of things that are really, really, really important for, well, how should I put this? We will be doing that, but we should be doing it from the middle out rather than from the start to the end. So where we're at the moment is still at this point where I want to teach the player how to do the abilities. And I still want there to be some kind of story associated with it. I am working towards a deadline. The deadline is the 12th of April. So the ability for the player to kind of understand how the game works is really important. The visuals are important too, and I'm sort of trying to get that all in, but pardon me. Oh hey, Cyborg Chipmunk, thank you so much for the resub. But I kind of need, what's the word here? I really want for everything to be understandable. So let's block it out. Sorry, I need to write this down so that I don't get lost. As I explain it, it's gonna get too lost too quickly. So let's just put it here. Okay, the first thing that we need to do is make sure the ensign system stuff is playable and makes sense. That's really important. I need to finish creating any kind of scenario stuff to do with that, and then upload to the feature test to allow viewers to try make any updates to validate this. Hey Lombi. Then I need to flesh out the content around the around the environments. Hey, how's it going? Namely enemies, environments. Scenario. And then add back in the intro and outro. That's basically what needs to be done. Okay, so for this stuff to be playable and make sense, man, I could sit here iterating on these tree vine things forever. And I think that I do need to have some kind of interaction with them, but right now it's like I don't really know how do I do this? How do I onboard this? That's kind of the hardest thing. I guess I want to take it from here. Up through there. We can't, oh yeah, we can do that, that's fine. Drop down here. That's good too, no worries. You can always come back up. Oh, thank you so much, Code in 4K. section here. And this section, this is fine. No, it's not new. That's been there for a while. That's good. Okay. Thank you, Sinister Potato. Cool. Okay. It's not looking too bad. We're actually getting quite close now. Thank you, Distron. Okay. So this here needs to be a place where you feel like you can't... How do I do this? Okay. Just going to work on the scenario a little bit. Let's remove the farm. Nice, that feels really good. Feels like we're up in the hills. Wow, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous. Pretty close to what I intended for it to feel like. Okay. Oh, that's bad. Let's get rid of that. That is this zone sticking out right over there. Yoink. So I think what I want is... Let's work this out. With the enemies, I want more martens or wolverines. And I want bees. And I want goats. And hedgehogs. but that would be good. All of these enemies need work in their logic. I could spend maybe 3 or 4 days on these each. Not each, total. I probably couldn't go much more than that. There's also the vine. Yo, what's that link? Is that a bad link? PAX Oz still a thing. Yeah. Yeah, still a thing. It's like an ad. I mean, it's a PNG, but what's it doing? Yo, Star Junior. You can't just be dropping links in without any kind of context like that. Oh, it's their first time chatting. Okay, well, that's a straight ban. Or at least a timeout. All good. Google.com. Oi. All right. So let's grab this forest. Just sort of chuck this like. Whoa, that was ridiculous. Did you hear that? Jesus. Oh. Where did all the trees go? That was redonkulous, you guys. That's looking really nice. I think I want... It doesn't make sense that this path is the forward path. I think I'm going to make it so that you have to drop. Because I was going to make it so that the bridge was up here and you couldn't go up it or something. Maybe I put the elevator here. That would be cool. Yeah, that's kind of nice. All right, let's make it so that this goes to there. Or, no. We'll make it so that this one goes to there. But we'll have to split this. So what is this? This is golden path. Oh god, oh no! This is called golden test. Okay, so kind of when I do this. And then I guess I'll go like this, just like this. No, that's not supposed to be climbable. It's just like that. Could even go like that if we really want. I actually kind of like the divot. Yeah, nice. Okay. Fine by me. Okay. So now this door, this one, is actually there. And this tile map doesn't need all of this anymore. So door number 1 lives right there. Cool. Now the elevator set can go here. I think you should not program your game with JavaScript. I think you should use an engine. What? Office worker? What are you talking about, buddy? What are you on about? What nonsense. I won't ban you just yet because you're funny, but no more of that, please. Hey, Anonym9. Anonym9. Thank you so much for the follow. Shifu Dev, thank you for the follow. Wait, the Shifu Dev? Like, oh, that's Sifu I'm thinking of. Like Shifu? A roleplay I'm doing with my GF. Man thinks we're gonna believe he's got a GF. From Kung Fu Panda. Alright, maybe we try this. This is going to push everything down. It's going to be a little weird for a second, but we're going to fix it. Let's just go... not quite. Something like that. Actually, that was kind of perfect. Play. Boom, 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 boom. Get out of here. Yo, I've decided to let it sit for another week. You know, I got a little bit of good what's the word? I kind of got what I was looking for or hoping for from it. Oh Jesus. Okay. So basically, I noticed that there were people subscribing when I streamed as much as there were people unsubscribing. Or not as much, but at the same time. So I feel like there's almost, you know, there's incentives there to keep the dream alive. Bro. Hey Muggsy, thank you so much for the sub. DOS. My DOS game. Why can't my friends play my DOS game? All they need is Windows 95. Why does nobody have Windows 95 anymore? It's so many Windows better than Windows 10. It's 85 Windows better than 10. I don't know why it does that. Yoink. Ah! That's not supposed to happen. I gotta fix that guy's script a lot. There's a lot I gotta fix about that. Do I make an elevator shaft? Oh wow, it just flicked us out. Why is it so jittery? My gosh. I never remember it being like that. Some routine maintenance. I don't know what that is. Man. Oh, what the heck's this? What is this? Transform position plus vector 3.up times 0.32f? What? That is so garbage. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, we're setting our position. Oh, that's so bad. Oh. Is it nighttime in my country? No, it's actually afternoon, but it's really dark today. There's a thunderstorm happening. Where, velocity? Okay, it's got a rigid body. Why don't we just do... Why don't we just, rather than use a velocity, why don't we just parent Armin to the platform and then move the platform? You know? Yeah. Yeah, this is very old. It's very old code. All right. Man, also, God, this stuff is just so... It's just... I don't even want to talk about it. Eh? Is set parent not a thing? What the heck? Oh, because I turned off my, I turned off Copilot and Copilot chat. But that stuff should work. I mean, what? All right. Transform. No, I think set parent is better than transform.parent equals. Handle platform parent. What does insignia mean? Insignia means like a coat of arms or a symbol that represents something official. So we could actually just, when we moving platform parent equals helpers.get parent with tag ground collider. So actually I could make this work with my normal moving platform system. This will do it automatically. But for now, let's try to just get away with what we've got. Nope. Okay. All right. If you say so. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. Oh, it didn't do it. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate that it didn't do it. Did I save it? Oh, I don't think I did. Nope. Sorry, boys and girls. I literally just don't know what happened. I sneezed and I forgot to unmute. And this is what happens. So what's pushing us out? That's what I don't really understand. Why is there a collider where we're not allowed to be inside of it? That was a huge thunder roll. Oh my god. Why do I need the platform? I'm not too sure about that. That's very annoying. So we are parented to the elevator right now. So if I move the elevator, let's turn off the script. If I move the elevator, yeah, that's great. So what is the problem? Maybe I just don't even worry about physics? Wow, that's great. Wow, that was perfect. I was gonna do something like that. Very, very good. The variable body of elevator has not been assigned. Why does it need to know what the body is? I haven't... It's commented out. Is hot reload being dumb? You should try out Rider TBH XD. Why? What's wrong with VS Code? Your mic is clear enough that I keep thinking it's outside my house. Oh, the thunder. Far more equipped. To do what? Yay! No! Backend. Why would I be doing backend in my Unity game? I think if what I'm using is working perfectly, I just don't really see the point. Like, I'm happy to try new things, but it's not like I'm not really in a position where I feel like it's necessary right now. Like, I'm not like, oh man, I wish I had something, you know? Every time I'm working, I'm like, yep, this is great. This is doing exactly what I want. So, my issue is that when I press down now, I can't... Well, I shouldn't be able to drop through this anyway, but I probably could drop through. But I want for that not to... fall through this thing. So... This is called... This is on the default layer. Wait, what? Can I drop through them currently? Yeah. How do I fall through platforms in the game? I can't remember how I make this work. Okay. As transform parent. We go again. Hey, first try. Cool. And that uses actually so much less stuff than it did before. So if I go back to the elevator, I no longer need a rigid body. I no longer need this platform script. Don't know why this trigger's not firing though. Cool. I might actually just move the elevator to the top so that you have to pull the gear. Get it to come visit. Just so that there's something interesting to do. And then... I don't know about a background for this. I don't really have backgrounds yet. But I will. Okay. So... Fine. Let's just save it for now. We'll remove the rigid body references and the platform reference. We don't need this anymore. I mean, that seems pretty good. I wonder why it doesn't work. That looked bad. So now, yeah, like, where is this trigger? It should be on the elevator. Trigger. Oh, it's huge. So, like, why isn't it triggering? Oh, is it because on trigger stay will only apply to the... yeah, because I took the rigid body away. I guess I could still have a rigid body, but then just make it kinematic and make it no collide or something like that, so that I can pick up the event. That's all. Like, why did that happen? Yeah, so now that little arrow is there more reliably. Cool. It's a little flickery. It's on the triggers layer. I think I need to make it so that triggers collides with the nav collider. I hate that. I hate when I look at one axis and then it's gone. So now I need to go find triggers here. Where even is that? Triggers here, and then find the player equivalent. Player physics? That feels like it should hit. Yeah. Player hit. Player? Surely player should collide with triggers. It's not new. It's actually from 2018. That's better. It still flickers a little bit. I think it's because of the on trigger exit. Actually, on trigger exit. Yeah. I mean, like I said, 2018. So maybe like almost 6 years ago I worked on this. So, okay, I need to make it so that the this doesn't just remove it. I think I'll do this. It's a bit of a cheap way, but in fact, actually, I don't think that... I feel like the trigger should work on its own. I feel like it's got its own... The prompt has its own rules about how it gets enabled and disabled. Well, that would be bad. Okay. All right, whatever. I'll do it this way. If I made a big mistake. Oh. No, I didn't. Right. Cool. So now there's this little, excuse me, where? So like we had this trigger situation here and it was flickering when we were running around, and it's because Armin's colliders. Oh, it's still flickering. Okay, well, that's really annoying. Where is this compiler error? I think you're lying to me. $30.33. Gosh, that's so loud. Oh, it actually is real. It actually Palestine. Okay, so we try again. How long? It should take 0 seconds because I've got hot reload. Oh, that's good fun. You guys can't see this, but okay, let's just not make that happen. Wait, so does, oh, I see. It's just like fixed update. Because the trigger is happening on fixed update. But this should take a little more longer to compile. So hot reload will compile small changes. Anything that's not a name change to a function or a new parameter, it'll compile normal time. Anything that's not that, it'll compile instantly. Godot is better at that, yeah, but only with GDScript. If you use C#, it's still the same, I think. Hey, Chan Maru. Okay, now it's good. Yay, perfect. I should grab the mic outside and do that. That's right. I should make this non-interactive if this is here. You can see I've got the same logic issue where it's flashing because my colliders are swapping. Because some of the colliders that make up Armin's like hurt boxes are removing or changing when he goes to idle. So it's going on trigger exit. Oh no. I can fix that by going to the switch, going to the trigger. This is interest on trigger exit. Basically removing this again. In fact, this should be everywhere, but oh well. No fixed update. Pretty close. Okay. But yeah, I do like Godot's instant, like the interpreted language of the Python style GD script is really cool. I really like it. Oh, that's very slow. It's much faster. Okay. And do we fix it? Not quite. Very strange. Surely fixed update happens after the trigger, the collision checks. You know what else could be though? It could be that the enter should be triggering this at the same time. Like both of them need to happen because on the same frame, maybe something exited, but also something entered, and maybe nothing stayed. That's just dumb. It's so dumb, but it's just the way that I think it might have to be. That's just the way it is. Do you know, every time I've sung that song on stream, which is once every, I don't know, 8 months or so, I'm thinking about the Tupac song or whatever it is, the Biggie song. But it's not, it's like a classic rock song. Didn't realize that. Not classic rock, whatever you want to call it. It's like a pop song from way before it was a rap ballad. That's just the way it is. Yes, this is only on trigger stay, but it worked. So why? That is never going to be practical. Why did I think that would be a good idea? This script is not highly typed. What do you mean highly typed? You mean strongly typed? I just never, ever, ever use... I just always declare my data types. That's just what I always do. I'm one of those fuddy-duddies. Never, ever, 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 ever use var. I just find it just feels so lazy. It feels so lazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old boy. Okay. What's going on here? This is clearly, I mean, like... Wait, I already have something called is inside. Whoops. That was silly of me. But I need to check every frame. I am checking every frame. Okay. Interesting. Hey Trance, welcome. Unity had a licensing price scandal recently. Would you mind explaining why you haven't jumped to Godot like so many others? Because I started this project in 2017 and I'm still making the project. It's not really something that you can feasibly do. You know what I mean? It's not like it's just a road you can cross to the other side of. Hey, we didn't quite fix it. So I like Godot, but honestly, there are other reasons too. I found that Godot was still a little underbaked as an engine. I didn't really feel like it was in a place where you could make something as big as what you can make in Unity. It felt like there was a lot of stuff that was still kind of in its adolescence. Feature-wise, you know, a lot of stuff that like technically exists, it technically works, but it's like, I wouldn't use this to make a big game. Yeah, it's not just all the code, it's everything. It would be, you don't understand how big like a project can be and how many things exist. Nickel and dimed out of business. How would that happen? Have you seen the licensing situation? It's not a valid concern. The idea that Unity would take all the money away from the developer. Not even in their original licensing deal, unless your game was like very, very specifically a mobile game that made all of its money on ads, or on like, yeah, free to install and made less than 10 cents per user. Yeah. So basically what they were looking for was 10 cents per installed user. If my game costs $30 and they take 10 cents, that's what, 1/3% or something. Like, how is that gonna, do you know what I mean? That was the original deal. So for me, that would have been great. Like, it doesn't hurt me at all. And it means I get to develop my game for free, you know, on a modern engine and release it when I feel like it without paying anything. The new terms are actually a little harsher for me, which are that you have to be making over 100,000 sales and then they take a certain amount. I think it was like per seat. Basically, for me to get like a good deal now, I need to start paying for like the pro version once the game comes out. And then I need to report my earnings and this and that. But it's not, you know, you're getting charged for people who steal your game. And lots of people are worried about that. Well, that's not really how it works anymore anyway. It's based on revenue now. And honestly, my game would not have 300 times the amount of people stealing it than playing it legitimately. I don't think so anyway. I don't think piracy is that rampant, but even so, that's not how it works anymore. They changed the terms of service. You can check on their website. So I don't understand how this does work in one instance, but doesn't work in the other. This must be a script execution order issue, but I don't see, again, how that could be. So here, when I'm standing here, that doesn't flash. It's fine. It's nice and solid. Here, it flashes. They both use the exact same logic, as far as I know. The elevator says, on trigger, stay. If it's Armin and we are enabled, push interaction this, and then say contained Armin this frame is true. Here, on trigger stay, same thing. If it's Armin, react to entry, and that says if we're inside, that sets it to true. So for as long as on trigger stay gets called at all, it should be fine. Hey Paddleless, if you want an art review, you can redeem that with channel points. Okay, so and then this fixed update check says if we didn't get this, then so basically what I'm hoping is that on trigger stay happens before fixed update every frame. I also have an on late fixed update, which is something that I could do. So I'll just say at the start, I'll say game time dot on late register fixed update. No, what is this called? Game time. Where is this? I know I defined it somewhere. It's literally just called late fixed update handler. Okay. Sure. That's fine. So maybe this will work. Yeah. You know, Unity needs its developers. In order to be a company, it needs the developers. So anything that would destroy the profitability of its developers, still no good. Wow, that's really crazy, man. I don't understand. Unless there's something wrong with the way that it's with all of the layers of all of the prompts. I don't know. I don't see the issue here. Unless it also needs a rigid body. Oh, it has a rigid body. But This does not. So maybe it's got to do with the fact that it doesn't have a rigid body. But the button prompt is the thing that we care about, right? Button prompt. This is the thing that has the interest on it. Oh, that's so confusing. Oh, I've just confused myself a lot there. Okay, the logic actually was fine, but I think I was, I think that I was looking somewhere where the code, it was irrelevant. I think there's like a third additional different place where this matters. Actually, maybe not. I don't reference button prompt anywhere here. In fact, it's not even hooked up. Why don't we try that? Does that make a difference? Still flickering. So this man, I've really not done a good job with these. Ah, there it is. Okay, I see. Yuck. Oh, it's actually right there. Wow. Okay, I literally have written this before. The same solution. Yay. Okay. Much better. Cool. Well, that feels good. Yeah, I agree that the old model was not a good system. I agree that if that had gone through, it would have been really bad for everybody. But I also don't think that... yeah, that's not how they're doing it. So you don't have to worry. Okay, let's commit this. Okay. So What are my options here? I can lock you off. It would be kind of nice to have a bridge here. All right, let's try to get it in from the old scene. Yeah, Godot is good for a beginner, for sure. Yeah, it's a good choice. It's simple, it's really easy to get into, it's very lightweight. It's totally fine. In terms of like long term, like if you're trying to make like really big games, maybe not. You know, there might be some issues in that sense, but you'll be fine. You can always switch once you've got the experience. Yeah, 2D only, and especially if you're exporting to like just web or even like mobile, like Godot is fine. It's more just like console dev. Godot, you need to do some, it will take a little bit longer to get your game on other platforms if you have, so Godot being open source is not a company, and companies like Nintendo require the people, when they hand out dev kits in order to port your game to their platforms, they need to have a legal entity that is licensing those dev kits. Godot can't produce libraries, or at least can't give developers libraries for things like the Switch porting tools, because they aren't a company that Nintendo can consider a licensee. I think that's how it works. So in order for you to port your game to the Nintendo Switch on Godot, you need to mediate with a third party, so a company that's designed just to hand you the license on behalf of Nintendo and sort that out. That's the only way to do it. There are companies that do that. I think that there is a company being created from the Godot team that's like the official Godot porting whatever company. Like there will be a business there, but I don't know if it's set up yet. Yeah. W4, I think that's what it is. There you go. I've never heard of it, but there you go. So that's the company. So they provide the enterprise, like commercial side of things, the dev kits and stuff. Hello? There we go. Providing, there you go. That's basically it. Yeah, I don't know what that costs. I don't know how it works. I believe that it's more straightforward when it comes to Unity. I mean, the options are there. I think with Nintendo Switch, you can still do it. You just need to have a company that's published a game before. Nintendo gives you the license, and then you can download the libraries through Unity for the porting. Okay, I think I don't know what I'm doing here, because I want there to be... How am I going to do this? I think I'll just put a door here and then another thing on the other side. Let's slap a goat over here. Just for funsies. Bet you haven't heard that sentence recently. I think it might need to be in its own little bucket. Okay. John Romero's design philosophy. I'm not sure I'm aware of John Romero's design philosophy, to be honest. What is John's design philosophy? I've played Doom, sure. I haven't played Expansion Sigil. I don't know what that is. I mean, like, are there specific features of his design philosophy that you are interested in getting my opinion on? Like design choices or anything like that? Do you know what I mean? Like what is the... What aspects of the design philosophy are you looking to get ideas on? Hey. I'll just leave this here for now. This needs to be like two different scenes. And then I don't know why this is here. I mean, sure, prioritizing fun is it's a good heuristic, sure. Look, I think that when we talk about design philosophy, the way that I try to think about all of this stuff has to do with separating like core design dynamics and principles out of taste. Taste and you know, subjective things like your personal opinion about what's fun and what's not. That is like completely separate to the principles of interaction design and like game design. There are lots of people, I think, who know how to make games that they like to make and who have thoughts on design and rules about design that match their tastes. Like, for example, if let's say John Romero's thing there about fall damage being unfun, you could say, well, players want to feel powerful, right? And fall damage isn't an interesting, you know, design feature because it doesn't make people feel powerful. Well, that may be true for John Romero. Maybe he wants to feel powerful, and maybe he wants the players to feel powerful when playing his games. So like, if that may be true for him, and it might work for all the games that he's making. But then you could take a game like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and in that context, fall damage is like integral to the game, right? Like you have to have scenarios where if you fall on the flat after jumping off a really high ramp, like you just break out of the combo because the game is designed around navigating ramps and pipes and, you know, half pipes and whatever. So like the question is more about, when I think about design like methodology or like design philosophy, I think about like, what is the experience that you want the player to have and where do you want the fun to be? If you want the fun to be in balancing, you know, maximizing airtime while still making sure that the player has an interest in where they're landing, having that skill expression be there, then it makes perfect sense to have fall damage. That's right. Yeah, it's part of the contract that you as the developer are entering into with the player as they kind of embody the scenario that you're creating, right? Like imagine if you were playing a game, you know, where like a shooter like Doom that didn't have bullet damage, right? If you were just IDDQD the entire time, you know, it probably wouldn't be as fun because taking damage is a big part of the risk reward, you know, challenge loop of what makes Doom fun in the first place. So it's all about understanding the framework that you're creating for the player and making design decisions that help reinforce that framework in interesting ways rather than clash with the framework. So, you know, we talk about sequence breaking being something we might want to avoid. Sometimes sequence breaking is part of the fun, right? Again, it just comes down to what it is that you're trying to do with the player. Yeah, we're talking about mechanics here rather than just you know, or interactions or anything like that. So that's how I think about it. I think when we talk about things that are just unfun, you have to first ask the question, what is the game? Yeah, this is a shame that we're not going to need this. Not this one. Like there are questions I think you can have around where the fun ought to be. You can talk about that, I think. but it's never going to be as specific as like, it has to be here. You know, it has to be this kind of fun. As long as you can set up something that, like, there are unfun things, but those are always going to be to do with the dynamics of of the contract you've written and whether you broke that contract. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe I need to have this stone stuff as the background for this scene. I'm gonna have to make this. Oh, that is at the back. Oh, interesting. Then maybe I just need to make it bigger. Well, that's reasonable. All right. I'll come back to that, obviously. Why does that not... Does it not extend right to the bottom? This should be in a game. Well, it is going to be in a game. How's the schedule going? I don't know. Honestly, I can't say. It is interesting that the background isn't... I've done something wrong. How big is this thing? Oh, it's only 640 by 300. Wow, that's so small. It's not even the height of like my normal game resolution. When you do playtests of your game, do you find the process more enjoyable or more tedious? Playtesting? I don't find playtesting tedious. Will the waterfalls be animated? I mean, I would hope that they could be animated. I don't have any like immediate plans for them to be animated like today or anything. I suppose we could do that, but All right. It's much more full now. Just got to make these rocks work, and then I'm okay. Yeah, the pipeline, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You just update the PNG and it updates in the game. There's not much to it. I keep the AEST file inside of my Unity project. But you don't have to do that. I just tend to do that because it's, I mean, why not? It's so small. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this is that it lets us see the background so much faster, which I don't want. Maybe I could have just brought it forward like a little bit. That seems pretty good. Okay. Cool. Wait, so what happens if I go like way up? Oh, that actually feels pretty good. Wow, look at that. We're up the top. I feel like this could be maybe a little further back, or this could be a little further forward. We didn't do something right there. Also, we messed up on something on the very far background. This. Not quite that. Um, Man, it's so close, but it just didn't quite go, did it? If we bring this here, that's like double the amount closer. It's a lot closer. I feel like that works a lot better. Where do I make the game? At my house. Hey Juan, I don't paint with a mouse. I paint with a tablet. Do I take commissions? Not really. Is there a special name for the way you're doing the 3D to 2D viewport with the depth of field and parallax layers, if you get what I mean? No, I just call it parallax with depth. So I have a system set up where based on where I place these, there is a scale that it changes the parallax to. And it's sort of trying to emulate the way that it works in real life. You know, the further away something is, the less it parallaxes. Or the more it parallaxes, the way, depending on how you want to look at it. So that's just how I do that. But you could give them a parallax factor. Can I get up there? Probably not. Please. Genius. Hey, Arab No Control. I'm Brazilian. I started coding and making my games, but I'm a little bit lost on what to study to be a game developer. Any tips on which path to take? It depends on what games are you trying to make? That's my first question. So you need to know what you're trying to make to know what to study. Otherwise, you'll just be learning random stuff, you know? Games are too big. It's too big of a space to be worrying about learning all of it. All right. Let's see if this actually did anything interesting with this scene here. It's become so much more blue. I mean, it was always more blue, but it's so blue. I guess if you want to focus on combat, it kind of has to be like that. Well, now I don't actually need this background here. Ugh. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. I probably need to make those invincible frames again. Oh, pack flipped right into it. Yeah, focus on something specific. I think so. You'll have more fun that way. Build a small game that you're excited about making. Something that excites you. But it has to be very small. Don't make it big. The parallaxing is very strong in this level, especially with this. Let's get rid of it. Just a bit much. And I actually kind of, I don't know, I didn't like what it was doing before, but I feel like maybe it's just simpler. Create two different spaces like that. It did have iframes. I was just being bad. Nah, it needs to be even more, I think. Yeah, like that. Even then, we're still trading. That's a lot of iframes, man. That's so many. Unless I take them away. Is there an incentive for fighting enemies? You have to fight the enemies to solve the... I don't want to go too deep into it because I explain it all the time, but basically all of the abilities that let you move through the level are hidden inside of the enemies. So you have to fight the enemies. It's just part of like the game. That was the original. In 2022, I was like, uh-oh, this isn't going anywhere. There's no incentive to fight the enemies, and I want my game to be more focused. I didn't know Unity could decode the AEST documents. Unity can decode the AEST documents, but that's not how I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just exporting a bunch of PNGs in a stack, and it's just those PNGs are already in Unity. But there are options. Okay. So this and this now go. Where are these trees? Grid. That's dumb. Or should this just take place closer to the town the way I had it? It's a long way to go. But that's how I had it hooked up originally. Yoink. won't be able to do that yet. So that means I should flatten this out. So flatten out the level. Hey, Philippe, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. I thought that might be an issue. I can fix that. Effector. Hello. Long time no see. How's it going? And that's it so far. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Now I feel like we have a bit more of a... I just played the game from like the very, very beginning through most of this. Obviously it's not like set up yet to be like a game, but at least it's something. I still feel like I have too much empty space. I feel like the levels need to be tighter or just have more stuff happening in them. But we'll get to that. It's good though. It's kind of like I'm designing the levels so that they have... No, it's, I mean, I've got the bit in the middle. Oh yeah, like add watchtower back in. And maybe even... Yeah, it's like, I think in a couple of days I could probably get it to be a vertical slice. There's a bunch of scenario stuff that happens in this scene that I could sort of pull out and then like re-stick in. And then this watchtower is there's a big sequence where you learn about directional attacks, or at least you will be now. This is Figma. It's just a UI design app, but I use it for everything. All right, taking a break. I'll be back in 10. See you in a bit. Yo, we're back. Oh, goodness gracious me. Golly woy. Golly wolly. So. Yo. What can I do? I think I don't want to do this right now. I think I want to work very, very fast and hard on making the enemies be decent. I want you guys to fight these enemies. I want there to be more combat stuff. Hey, German. Welcome. So let's just like do some playtesting and stuff. So this guy's state machine sucks. Let's go check out the Wolverine and see what his state tree looks like. It looks like nothing. It's nothing. What is happening inside of your script, buddy? Hey, Nebuchadnezzar. Today, at the moment, I'm working on enemy AI. Why is that nothing? That should be something. Really? What the heck? Oh, that sucks. Review streams? Sometimes. Yeah, I don't do this anymore. But it's an interesting idea. I don't like it. So I'm going to be building his logic from scratch, I guess. Hey, I'm using 2022.3 at the moment. It's pretty good. I haven't got any major problems with it. 2022.3.7. That's what I'm using. It's fine. Or do you mean like... You mean version, not license. Yeah. Hey, Rimalem. Thoughts on the new Prince of Persia game? I haven't played it. They watched my stream during development? What makes you say that? That would be hilarious if that's true. 2022.3.7. Not 2020. What's this game called? The Lost Crown. I don't think that they I don't think that they stole it. Any ideas? I think that it's probably just being a Metroidvania. No, this is classic Prince of Persia stuff. Ooh, the animation controller is not great. That looked icky. Oh, it's straight up a Metroidvania. It's got a world map and everything. I am looking to make a YouTube video on state machines.
T'amènes ici, voyageur.
Mes frères d'armes et moi sommes à la poursuite
Interesting.
d'un traître.
Alors, toi et les autres êtes hard guerriers. La
That's
mort
very
est
close to how they do it in pixel art
rôde
games.
dans la cité.
Great portraits. Really nice. Prince of Persia. Armin must seek out the sands of time. Oh, the Prince of Persia, Armin. This is really pretty. Wow. I like that sprint. Cool. It looks fun. I'm going to play it, I think. Hip-hop element? Oh, the sand's going upwards. It's kind of weird. You're gonna attack the thing, bro. Oh, that is weird. Probably wasn't the intended solution. I think it might be set in Persia. Sorry, I had to say it. I don't know. I mean, I think there's some mythology here. There's always magic in it, in all the Prince of Persia games. Gosh, there's a lot of not much, isn't there? I mean, I played Warrior Within. That was pretty magical. There's a lot of undead and monsters and stuff. But yeah, it was sort of like what Assassin's Creed was before Assassin's Creed, and I think it's gotten more fantastical over time. I was speaking French. Man, there's so much nothing. It is such a Metroidvania. That's the thing that I like least about those games. Alright, let's figure this guy's behaviors out. Very much not actually my cup of tea. I just don't like when there's like a bunch of nothing and then just like one NPC, you know? Like, where's the towns? Where's the RPG elements? Not RPG, but like JRPG-ish towns and stuff. Okay, so I need a thing here that's called like... Character stun. I need a state that's called like... I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I think we need in the game for this combat to work. Like right now, the game's not a game yet because all of the combat is just too... you can just... There's no challenge once you get the enemy in a hurt state because you can just combo them forever. So we need to add in the Kingdom Hearts style revenge gauge. So to do that, we're going to have to figure out some kind of logic for which to do this. I think that it should be about knockdown or what's the most... Okay, so the task is, let's just write it down. How to allow enemies to break out of combos. Okay. So one option is revenge gauge. Basically, after X amount of hits, after some condition, enemy kind of forces themselves out of the combo and into creating space between them and the player. So I think this is basically something that we're going to need, but let's do some options. How might we implement this? One is number of hits taken greater than threshold. Hits is kind of, it's okay. It's straightforward. It just means, you know, once a certain thing happens, they just hit back or they run away or whatever, they roll away. Another one might be after number of, what's the word, finishes, so like hit 3 of combo, or after like knocked down after tumble. After X damage taken. After X poise damage taken. All of these feel a little bit like the game is telling you you're not allowed to have fun, which I don't like. It might have to be that way. It might just be like, hey, it's over, you know, just let up on the enemy and just let them have a chance. Almost like a, you know, you're playing judo and you throw them on the ground or whatever, or like you've hit them with the epee in fencing, like a reset condition. Why is it desirable? Because right now the player's ability to juggle the enemies is indefinite. It just goes on. You can just do it forever. So I need some kind of solution to that, such that the player gets their sense of satisfaction. So like here, like I can knock this guy down and then I can like lift him up and then I can just, well, in this case, he's okay, but let me try to figure that out. So here, I can do this and then I can do this and then I can do this and then I can do this. I can do this. I can constantly like knock him down once I've got him in that knockdown state. Like this. Just launch him over and over again. So I basically don't want that. Isn't that because you're too knowledgeable? I mean, I don't want for the game to stop being challenging just because you know all about it. So yeah, we could add iframes on knockdown, but I like the idea of... So the way right now, if let's say they miss this attack, that shouldn't just be the end of it. Like if that guy does that attack and I do this and I do, hang on a second. If he does that attack and then I hit him, I should be able to get like a free... I should be able to get a combo off of him. So like after this, I should be able to launch him and then go into a little bit of something, but then it needs to stop. So maybe like after a juggle state, like if they've been juggled once. We could swap the knockdown state into like a staggered state. And then we have two states. We have one that's like a knockdown and one that's a stagger. And so the knockdown is invincible, but the stagger isn't. The stagger would just be like them on their knees or something. Have the enemy behave more defensively. No, it's not that. It's like what I'm saying is there's like the flowchart of combat that's interesting. And if you happen to get to here, you could just stay there forever. That's the problem. There's no like way to reset the flowchart back to start if the enemy has a lot of HP. So this is fine. What I have in terms of the enemy encounter, the actual thread of like how you move through the combat is really good. I like the way the enemies work. It's fine. But maybe this state is just a terminal state that resets all the time. Once they're knocked down, they're just invincible. Yeah, so there should be like a revenge state of like a once they've like taken a certain amount of, like if they're like properly knocked down, put a timer on the knockdown, you can perform your fun combo. Yeah, maybe you can take damage with the knockdown, but the poise is really, really high, so they'll always just get back up afterwards. Oh, his get up does have 100 poise. I think I've got it so that they always get knocked down again, though, if they're in knockdown. Yeah. Hang on a second. Poise is the amount of damage they need to take in order to get knocked down, basically, to break their animation state. So some enemies are big and strong, and even if you attack them, they'll keep hitting you. Like they'll might wind up a punch, you hit them, and then they finish the punch. But a very small enemy might wind up a punch, you hit them, and they go, ah, they get hurt. So that's that value that determines whether or not they should get hurt. Not just get hurt, but flinch. The value that determines whether they should flinch or get knocked down is the poise value. Well, I'm very surprised that this... Make damage info process. Yeah, I don't know why he goes straight into knockdown. Stun. Character stun. Was knocked down. Yeah. And so does the knockdown state here for the Hunden. Does his stun knockdown includes the get up? Yeah, so the whole state is considered that. Yeah, so we've talked about consecutive hits. Well, after X finished. Okay, well, we could say like poise increase with consecutive hits. That could be a nice, just a staling. I do like the idea of juggling the enemy. Let's think about that for a second. You juggle them. I think it's just that you shouldn't be able to use the launcher, the same launcher on them. Maybe that's the thing. You can't use the same ability twice to juggle somebody. Unless they've been hit by a new ability. So move staling is an option. They do that in Smash Brothers. Move, poise, staling. Attack. State. So like every attack, the second time that attack gets used, it's poise. The poise damage for that attack halves, maybe? Until the enemy is reset, until the enemy gets back up again. Hotel Soap says, I feel like people who care about this micro fighting would be playing a dedicated fighting game, not an RPG. I mean, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but fair enough. Like, the game is the game. This is what's happening. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't want to make the game unfun just because it's not a fighting game. That sounds reasonable, Foha. How many attacks does a player have? I mean, you've got a 3-hit combo and you've got 4 directional attacks, and you have a launcher, or one of those is a launcher, and then you have air combos and air directional attacks. So you got like 12 different things you can do. I don't know, maybe less. Not all at once. I mean, if you did all of it exhaustively, and you've got special abilities, so like you could make a really sick combo happen. Hey, Dragon Bean, thank you so much. Is this a mechanic for a boss or for every monster? For every monster. Very simple monsters will just die before any of this matters, but for more complex fights where, you know, there's a bit more to it, I do want there to be more logic. So this is on stun enter. I'm still surprised this is happening. Should stun. Always after damage. If core is enemy state is death state. No dying. So if poise after damage is less than poise times 75, or oh, I see, we're already in stun. Okay, let me rewrite this. There we go. Tales of Symphonia had a hit limit before the enemy collapsed, and then they had temporary hit stun immunity for a while after recovering. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. That's sort of what I'm doing. I mean... Oh, I see. I see. I think we should... This prev state, how does that get set? When we enter? What the heck? Okay, sure. Let's just take this away for now. I just think this is the one that smells the most. I no longer care if you are knocked down. Being knocked down doesn't automatically give you free poise. Yeah, see that? I can see it. I can see how it's not going to work. I can see how it's not going to work. Because the poise for this is, if I make the poise higher by default, it does need to increase over time, I think. I just think it has to. Well, not over time, but, you know, with successive hits. And he doesn't stay down long enough. What is that? How does knockdown duration work? What the heck? Oh, that's weird. Isn't taking damage animation too long? I don't know what you mean by that. Hey on Rainbow. Grid inventory system for an MMO. I think it's okay. Depends on the MMO. How many times would I expect the player to get hit and or drop the combo during a fight? I don't know what that means, Soapbox Huey. Not sure that's... Would I expect them to get hit / drop combo during a fight where it matters? It's not that they're dropping the combo or getting hit, so I'm not sure why that... How does that relate to what we're doing? Is there any way to do smooth sprite transition? Like if you're mid-jump and get hit, instead of just changing to the hit sprite, is there any way to have the sprite react natively? Like hands move down into place where they should start in the animation. Oh, you're talking about like interpolation? That's something... Blend trees for sprites don't really work. I don't know if there's like an AI bot you could employ to do that for you, but typically that's just something that is much easier in 3D graphics. You can interpolate between keyframes in 3D. You can't do it in 2D. After you receive damage, your character is immune to next damage, while it should be shorter lives. Nah, it's fine. It's okay as it is. Okay, so it's kind of okay. It doesn't matter. Enemies. Should skip get up event. Who is listening for this event? That should be there. Okay, if not skip get up, then get up. And this happens if time is greater than time. This is just called time now. Is greater than knockdown. And this time is based on world time minus start time. And world time is get time kind. But that should be game time. This should instead not, well, for knockdown, this should be normal time. This way, if the game slows down, you don't immediately get back up. That's still too short, man. I don't think it compiled. There is no way to interrupt jump animation. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, Patalis. What are we working on? We're working on the character stun animation, character stun states, and the potential for having there be like some kind of rage meter or revenge gauge so that you can't infinitely combo enemies. That's better. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work the way I wanted it to. Oh, thanks, Prismatic Lexi. For instance, giving the mob iframes during the get up state incentivizes the player to dodge during this state, but doesn't result in the player taking hits. Right, I'm just not sure. So in this case, it's not about this thing happening is not something that's supposed to be a punishment for the player because they dropped a combo. This thing happening is supposed to be something that happens naturally at the end of the player's like attack phase, basically when they've completed their combo or done what they needed to do. For most players, this will just be after a 3-hit combo, but for like very, very picky players who like to find ways around the game, this is to stop them from being able to just like loop infinite attacks. So it's not, I don't, also, I'm not too worried about this. I'm actually pretty confident that I know what I'm doing here. I'm not trying to solution it out. The condition itself, like, we'll figure it out, but I don't think we need to workshop it too hard. That's all good. Hey, Adagon Dev, thank you so much for the sub. I mean, for the raid. Welcome. Not for the sub. Hip Hopper Shrek, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, like, we're okay. This is just like me. I'm just figuring out things as I go and just tidying things up. And then once we get to the point where, like, everything works the way that it looks like it should, then we'll figure it out. Yeah, I think poise increasing during hit stun or with consecutive repeated attacks is fine. I like this idea of if an enemy is knocked down, they have low poise, but I could have like a knockdown count multiplier. So for every time that they're knocked down, their poise like doubles. So they can do, I mean, why didn't that work? I guess because he has a base poise that's quite high. His poise is 75. Armin's upswing has, on the main hit, a poise of 30. It should be 30 as well. But he's still got 75 plus the 10. So this should be like negative 50. Negative 5,010 with this new system. Oh, that worked. Yeah, it's still 0.5 seconds is still too long. So let's go back to the stun. Let's make this like a whole second. I don't see why it shouldn't be a whole second. So I could just make it that the knockdown duration... I mean, already it's feeling pretty good. All I did was make it so that the get up animation has a ton of poise, but the knockdown animation has like no poise. Let's see if I can just do that loop again. Yeah, this is what I want to avoid. So maybe I'll just make it on consecutive knockdowns. He just gets up straight away. Just the second knockdown. That's it. I could make it so that... So what I had before stun was that if they were knocked down, they can go back into tumble straight away. So their poise is effectively 0. That way, I don't have to play with these values. I can just make this whatever. Just give it a normal poise. But this means they basically have to skip this state. That's it. Well, that didn't work. Oh, because I didn't do anything with skip knockdown. Whoops. I did. I could make the enemy roll away. I could try that. That way I can remove all this skip knockdown stuff and just go straight into roll, but only if the enemy has a roll. Every enemy has a knockdown and get up though. Well, at least every like terrestrial enemy. Every enemy that can be juggled. Yeah, that was good. That was perfect actually. So he's knocked down, he gets straight back up. Oh. Okay, but not that. So maybe that was because the get up animation, now the poise for that doesn't exist anymore. So then we kind of do have to go back to character stun and remove this check. Can you guys hear that dog? That dog barks when its owners are away. It barks non-stop. It just barks. Just literally all day. -50. You can't hear it. Oh, thank goodness. It's absolutely ridiculous. So we can go up once, but we can't. Oh no! We can. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to change this. What are the blue, red, and green symbols in the top left? Oh, the abilities. Those are player abilities. How long would it take you to code games? I mean, if you're talking about very simple games, not very long, a couple of weeks. If you're talking about this game, I'm still learning. All right. I have a problem here. You shouldn't be re-entering this every time. If we go to like 100 and take damage, this sets to true. This overrides every single time. That's really bad. If I don't do that, then this might be different. Yeah. This is hard, man. Everything runs on the same thread, GG. It's a single thread game. It's just this dog, man. This dog is just like, it's like someone like, you know, yelling in your ear all day. It's like so hard to focus. I think I'm just like pulling the thread and more things are exposing themselves. Like for example, the dog is lonely. For example, the stun state right now, when you get hit, it's supposed to reprocess the attack, and it does that currently by re-entering the state from scratch. So I've got a lot of code that has to do with checking, like, oh, like, have we been in this state for, like, are we already in this state when we start? But I don't have any way of actually checking that from inside of it. So I need to be a bit more careful about what I'm doing. It's okay. I don't need any advice on it. It's more just like, I just need to think about whether or not I want to do this way. Because I have this. Where is it? London, new stun props. So this might just be part of stun rather than character stun props. This is part of setup. Yeah. So here I can check. Specifically right here I can check. And stun props includes what? Poise, knockback, juggle. But not damage, strangely. It's okay. I think what I'll do is I will make it so that... Did I do software development before going game dev full time? I did user experience design, which is a part of software development, but I wasn't programming for that job. Free intern. Yeah, I think what I want to do is basically have... I can check these from inside of the parent state. So I can then go here and say, it's not really where I want to do it. All right, I am going to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey, Eversoftware, thanks for the follow. Dragon Bean, thank you for the follow. McStabby, thank you for the follow. Ryan Sierra, thank you for the follow. Paddleless, thank you for the follow. Oroku Daime Hokage, thank you for the follow. Alright, I'll be back in 5 or 10, yeah? And then we'll smash this out. See you in a bit. Hey, set geeks. How's it going? All right. I think I know what I'm going to do. I just need to check something really quickly. Enemy. Take damage. I don't have take damage. What about for character? Do I have take damage there? I do. Process impact. Oh, this is where I would do it. This is where I would do the thing. But I don't think I would use collision info to do that. I think I would go back to, let's go back to the Hunden. Here in take damage. Did I say that was called process damage? Character. Stun process impact. Okay, that's good. That's exactly what needs to happen. Impact and damage are separate. So, if we go back to the Hunden, this thing here, this base dot take damage, this stuff here could probably be, I think this code doesn't need to be here. And I think a lot of enemies do this. Pardon me. Yeah, I think that like, what's another Martin? The Martin. Good, good, good. I've got base dot take damage here. And then I've just got this line of code in like a bunch of places in the game, I'm pretty sure. If I just control F for that. Yeah, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's so many. All of these enemies do the same code. So we can get rid of this now. I think it's time to refactor this. It's just it's too much. So what I'm going to do... Yeah, this is a dry violation. That's right. Pretty bad. Yeah, okay. So back up here. Actually, let's just come back for a second. Collision info. I wonder if I could just get away with this and then go like here and just remove this altogether. Just see what happens. Because this is my ticket out. If I can refactor that, that also gives me a way to process impact for every enemy separately from forcing it to re-enter the state, and then I can handle consecutive hits inside of the stun with like way less code. It means I can, it's like a Tetris thing. I can feel the lines going. It's just like there's a lot of logic that I use inside of character stun to determine what we were doing before we got sent into this state. But if we always get to stay in this state during one consecutive stun chain, then I don't have to do all that stuff. All this if statement stuff can go away. And then I can do more conditions around consecutive damage and stuff. I can do that much, much better. I just need to check to see what happens if this breaks down. He shouldn't. I mean, he's taken the hit. That wasn't ideal though. No. Yeah, I think... So, this is a tough one. Right now, I have this thing where most things tagged as enemy, being an enemy doesn't mean anything other than the fact that you could die. And that Armin is the thing that can kill you. That's literally all it does. What I could do... So, some enemies don't have a stun state. You know, some of them are just whatever. They're just there. Maybe what I could do, oh my gosh. Maybe I can go to character stun and on awake, I can say if character is enemy. Oh, I'm already doing that. If core is enemy E dot take. Oh my gosh. E dot life dot. It's the take damage event. So let's go back to the hedgehog. It's called take damage. Life dot hurt confirm event. So every enemy that has a character stun we can force it to process that here. That feels so bad. That feels so weird, man. It seems like there's a middleman that doesn't need to be there. Yeah, I guess I could take this. Oh, this is really weird. Oh man, I'm such a... Oh, this is so weird. Okay. Inside of stun, we do this. Now we don't need to check what this is. This is some heavy duty refactoring. I don't know what base is. Oh, it feels so weird. It feels like a big change I'm about to make for not no reason, but oh, you're enjoying this, GG? Welcome. Oh, that's cool. You should check out my 2D player movement video that I uploaded yesterday. That'll get you started on making something move in the game. Assuming you can read C#. Okay, gosh, this is some crazy stuff. Okay. I'm basically rewriting some of my... This is rewriting enemies, take enemy damage from scratch here, or refactoring it completely. So now every single enemy does not need a take damage because it's going to go from enemy. It doesn't even have this. It's character stun, or just stun says take damage. But then does stun add the listener? Character stun? No, this should live inside of... Oh. I don't think we need that. Okay. Okay, so when stun begins, if its core is an enemy, it will take damage when that enemy takes damage. And taking damage basically says, hey, if ever I take damage and I'm allowed to get stunned, go into this state. It forces itself into its own state. And then, well, the process impact should be the thing now that handles whether or not this is going to be false. And now process impact. This is crazy, man. So all of this is actually what should be happening inside of process impact. And entering this state, basically, this just starts everything up. Hey, Kundi. I want to start as a junior programmer in Australia because I can apply for a visa from Uruguay. I made the foundations in computer science in Holberton School. Do you think I have any chance to get a job? I have no previous job experience. As a programmer in Australia? I think you should. I don't know. I mean, most. What kind of certification is Holberton School? Is it a university? If it's a university, then maybe, yeah. But if you have no job experience, it might be hard. You will need somebody to. I mean, you need somebody to sponsor you to stay in the country. And your visa, you'll need to set up a visa. Unless you get hired by someone internationally. Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know for sure because I live here, but then you might be able to find information online about getting sponsored and getting a working visa. Hey, Pixel Fireplace. Basically, this is saying anything that can be stunned has a core, and most of the cores in the game are enemies. So core can be character, NPC, enemy. They can all take damage, but like most of the things that aren't the main player character are enemies. So this is just saying, hey, the core that I've got, does that inherit from enemy? If so, do this. There is no enemy stun. The enemy shares character stun. So that's all. and everything that can get stunned can take damage. So it's really just, it's just that this is a state machine thing. I'm trying to keep all of the stun stuff inside of the stun state. But I mean, maybe this could live. I think Armin has his own stun. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know if it needs to be an enemy check. Okay, let's not break my concentration because I'm actually really deep inside of this at the moment. Focus mode, let's do it. Okay, so now, you know what? I'm actually going to switch headphones. The dog is just killing me. It's like, it's been hours. It's been all day, like since like 10 a.m. It's been barking. I don't understand how an animal of that kind of intelligence doesn't get bored of barking. Like, how is it possible that it can just do it for 8 hours? It's not, nothing different is happening. It's just sitting there in a room, in the backyard. Anyway, it's really distressing to think about. Anyway, I'm just gonna tune it out. I'm just gonna do my work. Man, these headphones are way better than they are the little ones. All right, so where are we? We are in enemy. No, we're just in stun. Take damage. Okay, and then yeah, we just take damage here. Process impact with the info that comes from this. If we should stun, set stun props. So this actually needs to come, I guess, like here. Maybe it's like this. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, it's fine. Right, that's just normal stun. Ooh, will that do the right thing? I don't know if this is going to do the right thing, actually. Because this goes to this, which is empty. And it gets overridden here. But it doesn't know, I don't think it'll know to subscribe this version. It might only subscribe the parent version to this event. Let's just see what happens. Oh, it actually did. Oh, that's cool. Nice. That kind of thing I always get confused about. Because it's like, how does this know that, the thing was declared in its parent, so how did the child know to use its implementation of a function when it subscribed it to when it called it inside of this? It's all good. Cool. So, So what that means is we basically no longer need, when we process impact on character stun, see, because it's a stub here, but it's not a stub here. Here it's a really big function. Okay, what we need to do here is say, well, this no longer goes anymore. We can actually just select a state. That's fine, that can stay where it is. So now it's not prev state, it's just state. I don't need to check previous anymore. Oh, and then on enter, I can say state equals null. Okay, so this is all fine. Fine. Fine, fine. Set. I don't know what... Oh, yeah. Okay. This feels like something that I definitely want to do, like, up here. Okay. Now, man, this is a lot. I don't love this. So what does this do? If we're on the ground, just drop. Knockdown.skip knockdown equals knockdown. Okay, sure. So was knocked down. Now, was tumbling equals that? Was... It's not even... I mean, this can just be... Like, I can take this. I can just take it away. Don't even need this anymore. I don't need this anymore either. This can go here. Sorry, mistake. This can just be like nothing. Cool. One sec. Just gotta respond to this text. Okay. I'm going to stay in focus mode a little bit longer because I think I need this. So, okay. Was knocked down. Can just go. I don't need that anymore. I only need it for this check here. And this can just be is tumbling, or is knocked down. And this can be is tumbling. Now, we can say okay, sure, that seems like it works. Okay, I mean, sure, let's try it. No harm. I'm giving it a go. It's a big change. Big change. A lot of stuff that's going to break. Probably. I expect it to. If it doesn't break, I'm actually flabbergasted. All right, out of focus mode. Okay, first of all, that broke. But that didn't break. I mean, he took that like a champ. Hang on a second. It should always select a state. So that's, if the state is null, then we just didn't set one. This is character stun, and we didn't set a state? Or we just didn't go into process impact. But, basic enemy behavior. What is this thing? How does this thing... What makes you work, buddy? Small airborne enemy, basic enemy behavior. So I can take this away. That looks the same to me, like all the others. When the state transition code gets that long and conditiony, I found it useful to chuck in functions like nextx. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I'm sort of in two minds about that. I was considering it. I don't think it's an automatic yes. Oh, Armin doesn't have... Armin himself does not have a way out of this. That's because Armin doesn't have a stun dot process impact. Info. Indo, European. Language. Let's see what happens. Hit me. Okay, well. He's not going to hit me back now. But do you take damage? Yeah, that's okay. Mostly. There's no exit condition. But I had logic for when Armin like rolls out of this and stuff. Where was that? Oh, it was in the knockdown code, right? So, like, what state are we in? Yo, buddy. What's happening with you? He's in flinch, and he's stuck in flinch. That means that character stun is not doing its do. But it should do the do. Can you do the do? Weepix, how many do you do? Alright. Ah, pals. Yo, are we still on YouTube? Are we still... It looks like... What's going on here? Hang on a second. Man, I hate... Restream is so... It says we're offline. No, we're streaming. Okay. Restream just like has no idea what's happening at any one time. It just has no idea if we're streaming or not. This is one job. Okay. Oh, it is doing it. Wait a second. So like, why doesn't it complete? Character stun. Do. Complete. So I don't think I need prev state anymore. Prev state. Boom. Boom. State equals, but I don't actually do anything with it. So now prev state can just get out of here. Get out of here. So then why doesn't... My next question is, why doesn't this guy do anything when he's finished? It's just doing flinch over and over again. Wait, it never said flinch was complete. What the heck? So it's doing this every frame, but state is not complete? Or is state equal death state? Huh, because if death state's null, then it's just going to say that is null. That would be weird. That would be really weird. Doing stun, flinch. That is so weird. What? But flinch is complete. I know that it is. So is... What the heck is going on? We're here. And we're just exiting straight out. But I know that flinch has like a really straightforward condition here. It's just like if the animator is not playing, then flinch is complete. Did I get rid of the do? I think I got rid of the do. I literally didn't stab. I'm so dumb. Let's just go state.do. How was I so dumb to make that mistake? It's late, that's why. Well, we got half an hour to go. We still got this. Okay, boom. Nice. Nice. One more thing. This, I have a bad feeling about this. I just don't like it. Nice. Okay. Next. Hello. Character stun. That's all fine. So now it's a question of when we process impact, this is what we want to skip. So I guess it's at the end of tumble. So like if state was tumble, set knockdown. If has been knocked down, so now we can do this check. I don't know what this condition is. What happens if we are tumbling, but there is no tumble? Why could this, how could this ever be null? Well, it could be this or this or this. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not going to touch that. That logic is just like, it's like a necessary ball of spaghetti. Sometimes spaghetti is okay. Oh. Oh. Unity? What the hell? Sometimes spaghetti is good. In fact, I'm having spaghetti tonight. I love spaghetti. But sometimes spaghetti code is good too. Unity wasn't hungry for spaghetti. Yeah, like, you know, sometimes something is just that complicated, and I guess I could have like if should tumble, and then inside of should tumble have a bunch of checks, and then set the thing, else if should knockdown, set another thing, else if should flinch. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe the nested logic is just like causing, it's just like, maybe it's like technically correct, but visually not very fun to read. Maybe I'll do that right now. Okay, you convinced me. So it either tumbles or it knocks down, or it flinches. Hey, Roddery himself. Thank you so much for the follow. I guess that's easier to read. Whew. That means all of this can just go. If this works, I will be so impressed. It's a very different. You know, sometimes when I do this, sometimes when I refactor something so dramatically in such a short amount of time, it's harder to remember that I did it. So I can have some shitty code that's lasted like 5 years, and every time I see it, I remember how it works. Then I refactor it one day in like 2 seconds, like 15 minutes or whatever, and then 6 months later, I come back and I'm like, who did this? When did this happen? Like, I don't even remember it. I don't recognize it because because it happened so quickly and it didn't change the functionality. The game just was the same. Nice. Wow. That worked first try. Can you believe that? He's pretty good, man. He's pretty good. That is insane that happened so quickly. That's very good. Very good, me. I could even just like grab this and say select next state. Oh, look at that. It's so nice. I wish I could get rid of it. I don't know how to. Eh. I literally had a thought in my head about why that shouldn't be a capitalized B, and then I wrote it with a capitalized B. It's just this return. I feel like this should be there. Look at that. That is as vacuumed as that could be. The guests are coming over. Quick, tidy up process impact. Jeez Louise, that couldn't be neater. Holy moly. This stuff's not great, but oh well. At least all of the mess lives where the mess is. You know what I mean? It's like, it's only messy where it's complicated, and everywhere else that it doesn't need to be complicated, it's not complicated. In our house, we have a special room called the bad room. It's where we put all of the mess. We've just got like a room with mess in it. Look. It does feel good to refactor. I'll be honest. Yeah, it's so we know where to find it, exactly. That's how we know how to, you know. Let's try something. If I just go crazy on this guy. It's not great. Oh, that's good though. He really punishes you if you try to attack him during his moves. Hey, no more spam. But that's the problem. We needed to fix that. When you die, the game over screen shows up and then you press retry and then it goes back to the scene you were just in. Okay. A dodge past the player might be cool. Maybe. So, gosh, I can't believe we did all that. Let me refactors stun condition for all enemies. Stun state entry for all enemies. Will need to remove event. What is it called? Listening. Most of them to complete refactor. Maybe I should do that now. No, I'll go through them one by one. Howdy. So let's have a think. The knockdown thing that we came here to fix, it's time to fix that. So if we should knock down state equal, that's not right. Has been knocked down. That's right. So in a second, I'll explain to everybody what we did just now. Well, that's not better. Not good. Maybe... I feel like that deserves to live inside of this. Yeah, definitely. That reset 4 times. That reset 4 times. We entered 4 times into stun. So let's figure that out. Set stun. Oh, that's not right at all. Oh, that's if we're not on the ground. This is sort of different. It must have I think it's got not just an entry point for multiple states. I think there might be events that are getting called. Well, let's go into character stun. And then let's, when we go to enter, we should be able to find this and just read the call stack. So 1, 2, exactly twice. These happened from the same callback. So did I add 2 listeners to this thing? There should be an event. Apply collision, take damage. Set. Here? Did this get called twice maybe? Hey, Crocosser. Welcome. So maybe we check here. Subscribing is the word. I was thinking about what it was to assign yourself to an event callback. Subscribe. You subscribe. You should subscribe too if you're watching this this stream. Did you know if you have like a Twitch Turbo that you can subscribe for free? You also get no ads once you've been subscribed. You should do it. Do it now. Okay. Adding listener twice. Twice. It actually did do it twice. From the same function? It called it from here twice? That's weird. Why is start getting called twice on this enemy? Oh, it's because there's stun start and then there's character stun start. It calls both of them. Character stun says base.start. It must do base.start by default. I thought that private new void didn't do that. I wasn't aware that happened. I thought you had to call base. That feels wrong. That feels super wrong. I'm not convinced. Yeah, nothing. So why does this call it twice? No, I've got stun, which is a behavior state, and then I've got character stun, which inherits from stun. Start gets called on every object that inherits from mono behavior. So this start, maybe it's override instead of new. No, I'm not calling twice. The Unity thing will call the base one, and the Unity thing will call... Hang on a second. Cannot change access modifiers when overriding protected. Okay. It's like this. Sorry, it gets a bit confusing for you guys. So this exists on both stun, which is the parent class, and character stun. These are definitions. When I have a character stun object, Unity calls its start function, which is this one. It doesn't automatically call this one. Then this one has a base in it. Which then calls this one. The event subscription happens in this one. So it should be fine. exactly how I've got it. This shouldn't call that because I don't have a separate instance of that. This doesn't exist as an object in the scene. This exists as an object in the scene. So Unity will tell this object, hey, you've got a start function, right? Call that. Assuming that making it virtual doesn't override it. It might not even get the start event. It's not even an event. It might not. Well, we'll see. I don't really know what's going to happen, but adding listener. It did do it twice. Or have I got... No, I've got 2 of these enemies. No, but it added 202. What the hell, man? That is so weird. All right, alternatively, I just don't call base.start. Instead, I just copy this code. All right, problem solved. What? Problem not solved. Start really is being called twice. Why? No, this isn't even... This is just the start. This is just... It can exist on more than one object, but there's only one object called Hunden in this scene. Unless I'm crazy. Yeah, it's only got one. There's only one stun on one Hunden in this scene. I don't think I have a duplicate. We can have a look. That's one for the Hunden. No, I don't think so. I mean, we can check. Oh, he does have 2. He does have 2, you guys. How the heck did that happen? Well, I'm pretty sure this should stay as it is. I'm pretty sure this needs to go. I don't even know if I'm using this knockdown. Oh, what the heck? What is this? What is this? Where does this get called? Is this referenced literally anywhere? No. I mean, it's a cool state. I just don't know what I was doing with it. All right, well, removing that, removing that, removing that, removing that, removing that, removing that. Thanks, guys. That was actually very, very helpful. Okay. Just want to try something. So, setting skip knockdown to false. Well, that's... So I don't know what just happened then. Hang on, let's try this. Hey, bro. Hey. So... I don't know why we didn't get the juggle. Hey, Wee Ross. False twice. That big upper swing definitely should have. State equals knockdown. So let's have a look. Tumble is not null. Maybe tumble is null now. Maybe I accidentally deleted it. Default poise 30. Let's check. Why is this not working? Now at least we can properly debug it. Sorry, pals. I'm just being stupid at the moment. Okay. Should tumble. True, true, false. That's false? Excuse me? That's the most... That should be the most true. Props.knockback.y? What is props.knockback? Debug. .log. Excuse me? That is the one that's most... Hang on. What? Negative? What? Excuse me? It's 1-1. How do you get a value of negative? This is a Y up game. Unless I'm not setting the props on consecutive hits. That could be possible. I'm not setting props on consecutive hits. That is what's happening. Take damage. Wait, no, that's not, no. The props should get applied every time. Unless they're not, like, no, the props should get applied every time. So, scale damage vector. Knockback. Knockback.y. I mean, that's literally all it is. So, like... What do we get? 4.24. That's a strong upward attack, which is correct. So is this not going through or what? I'm wondering if info is getting ignored. I've got props here. I have a feeling, I think I know what's happening. Yeah, that's what it is. Setup. Okay, this is a state machine thing. That's just a weird thing in my game. Not weird, but it's just a quirk. This function, setup properties, only happens if we are entering for the first time. As in, if the state is already set to the state that it is, this doesn't get called. Otherwise, I just, yeah, it's just like this function only happens if the state is not already in itself. But I'm passing information here about what kind of damage that the character's taken. So instead, when we do process impact, inside of character stun, I actually want to set I want to set those properties. So how is this happening when I'm doing this for the first time inside of stun? Take damage. poise scale vector. I think this info dot force juggle, I'm going to need this at some point. When does that get used? This force juggle equals false. When do I use that? I think maybe with the hedgehog, I use it once. Yeah, right there. Well, that's really goddamn annoying, isn't it? Okay. Then I think we need to do this. Basically it. Okay, that's it. Hi Korean, I'm Adam. Good morning, Team Dex. Alright, I got this. 안녕하세요. Nice to meet you. Okay, ready? Oh, get out of here. Whoops. 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 I'm trying to be... Okay, cool. So this... Okay, maybe that wasn't the right animation that we wanted for him, but it's a good start. Because we deleted the old version. I probably should have been a bit more careful about which one I deleted, but... Nice. It works now. Okay. Now, in should tumble, we should be able to check to see if we haven't already been knocked down. We can't loop them. Nice. Way better. Hey, Apricot. Welcome. Yeah, you can't. Now you really can't cheese it. Okay, let's do the spam test. Ow. Ow. You might actually die to this guy if you spam. You will die. Good. That's really good. Nice. You can try to air attack him and stuff, and yeah. Way better. I got greedy. Okay. That's feeling like, I mean, I've definitely been doing this for too long, but it felt good to me. That felt fine. What did I change? Oh yeah, up. Cool. Let's go fight just some other stuff and just see if we can keep this going. Hopefully I can make it nice and straightforward. Where's my sandbox? There. Yeah, he's a bit broken now, I think. Why did that break, actually? Good question. Why did that break? Character stun... .do. In Hedgehog update. I think it's because, like, now, all of my enemies that had this line of code in them... This... Basically, all of them need to go. Which is a lot. Because now this is an automatic thing. And then like this can just go. That is such a relief that I can do that now. Maybe I should check just to make sure I'm not doing something wrong. So like if I go fight a Froggen now. Can Armand parry block some attacks, or does it kind of affect? Does it depend on the situation / enemies? Any attack that's red, you can parry by backstepping and then pressing, like doing the backstep attack. Any attack that's green, you can parry by downward attacking. Any attack that's blue, you can parry by forward stepping, like into a thrust. Any attack that's yellow, you can parry by upswinging. So the parry system is color coded in this game. And anything that is of that color, anything that matches the color, you can parry. Oh God, I forgot about you. Oh Jesus, get him out of here. Yeah, see, he didn't like that. So why didn't that work? He's like, ah. I think it might be because his stun. I mean, he's got stun, knockdown, and flinch. Should work. I'm not understanding then. Why is this empty? Is it because we enter somehow after? Oh, that's super ugly. Why is that happening? That makes no sense at all. How is that possible? It sets it before we process impact. But here, we see the flinch. So we process the impact. Oh, and then, oh, no. Oh, what the heck? Enter, processing impact, set flinch. Enter, set flinch, not processing impact again. And then another enter. What the heck? I wonder if we've got the same issue as before. Well, we subscribed multiple times. Nope, looks good to me. Just one. I mean, it only gets listened once. So why does it take damage so many times? Hey, Terones. Welcome. That's really bad. This is really, really bad. And I don't know why it's doing it. Let's look at his... Engage. Engage. Do. It's nothing. It's so simple. Oh, hang on. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he's okay. This is happening from late update resolve collisions. And then this is happening from what the heck? Take damage. Okay, sure. And then this is coming from resolve collisions, apply collision, resolve collisions, apply collision. Take damage at character take damage. What? Which comes after Kerbos.take damage. Oh, this literally just didn't save. Ugh. I just didn't save it. That's really, really dumb. Oh, it's really annoying when that happens. Just kill me. Where's my wife? It's getting late. Hello? Oh, she's driving home. Cool. Okay. Hey, we're okay. That is a very fast stun, though. But anyway. We did what we came to do. So let's just move on. So I really don't need like all of this stuff. Oh, actually, she is the one exception where she might actually need that function still. But this guy, oh, he might as well. Oh, man. Yeah, I made this very... this is a mistake. Life.confirm hurt event.add listener. Take damage. This guy needs to do this. But he should have a different stun or no stun. So it actually should be fine. Oh, this is totally okay. Yeah, he doesn't have a stun module. So that's totally okay for him to do that. Okay. Well, I know the hedgehog has a bunch of custom stuff. I really wish it didn't. So what do I do now? Do I have to remove the default in order to make this work? That sounds right. Yeah, I'll come back to this. Oops. Goat. So he's got a bunch of stuff too. Prepare to die is a good one, right? I like to get a bit spicy with my function names sometimes. It's really important that I standardize this because when you attack an enemy, for most enemies, if they don't have some weird special gimmick going on, they should just react the same way so that your combos work the same way. That's the idea. Whereas like this guy's got a bunch of stuff. His take damage. He's so... I was going to remove him. I mean, I was going to edit him today. That was going to be the whole thing. We'll get back to it, I guess. Hogan guy. His take... Surely his take damage is simple. Oh, you can just get rid of that one. Mole. Yeah, you can get rid of his. Beetle. Oh man. I'll come back to that too. That's another time. Lizard. Lizard. That's like a whole separate thing. This is going to be really bad. That can go. Beehive. Like, does the beehive have a stun module? Oh, I hoard some things. The Wolverine's old state machine. Oh no, the goat. The goat's old state machine lives right next to it. So like this is the code, right? For the goat. That's all of it. Right? And then there is the old state machine that used to run the goat. I wrote all of this code from scratch for every enemy in like 2018. I mean, I just don't really need this. I can get rid of it. It's no big deal. But I think what the reason why I had it is that I'm not finished refactoring it. So it's fine. So this beehive, yeah, it doesn't have a stun module, so it's okay. This is hard because it's like whether or not I remove some of this stuff depends on whether or not there is an object in the prefab of the enemy. That's what it comes down to. So like lizard, this thing does have a stun module, but yeah, and when we do that, we kind of need to override it, I think. And there's no nice way to do that. Ay. So like, I'm just gonna have to go here and then say like, where I do this, maybe I can check to see if there's like a contains listener, but I don't know if there might be a race condition there. Oh God, there's no easy way to do this. If you don't remove it because it's missing the module, please comment your code to say why you didn't delete it. But it doesn't work if it's missing the module and I overwrote it. Like this enemy won't work now. It's mostly just down to, like, I can kind of fix this. I can say character stun. It's really this. I would like to make this null. I do need to make it null. But, like in the case of the lizard, this should be setting the state. Oh, I see. Oh, maybe there is a better way to do this. Hang on a second. There might be a better way to do this. Lizard. Or character stun. Process impact. And then inside of character stun, or just stun, at process take damage. This process impact bool process equals core dot state equals this, sure, if process. So I don't expect anybody to know what that means, but basically, one sec, where are all my lizards? They're in the game somewhere. Here. Basically, I should be able to. Oh, maybe it'll only work the first time. Boom. Boom. Oh, nice. Oh, it's totally fine. Yeah, sick. Okay, that totally fixed everything, and I don't need to do anything now. Nice. Oh, I'm definitely going to commit that. Removes double stun processing on enemies that used to manually process stun. The only thing here is that we might be double handling for some of these enemies, but I'm okay with this for now. All right, I gotta go. This was a great stream. I don't know if, you know, like it feels like I was productive, but whether or not we did what we were supposed to do today is a little, I don't know. I don't know if we're that much closer to getting the demo out, but I think the combat will feel better nonetheless. And tomorrow we're just gonna refactor enemies. Like I think we'll just do that all day. Just doing a little bit of something here. Hang on. Reorganizing everything. Much better. Cool. Oh my gosh. Hey, Silent. Thank you so much for watching. All right, pals, I gotta go. Everybody, it was a pleasure. I will see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. I'm gonna try to do an early stream this week, maybe on Thursday at like almost 12 hours before my normal stream time, but I'll give you more details about that a bit later. I think that if you're on YouTube, you should come follow us for the raid we're about to do. And if you're on Twitch and you haven't seen my new YouTube video, you should go and check that out. Check it out. I got a new video. This one's all about 2D movement basics in Unity. So if you haven't really spent much time in Unity and you want to start making games, I put out a tutorial just yesterday about 2D movement. 2D movement, that's top down and side scrolling. It's a very gentle walkthrough for the first part of it. So you should be able to get something out of it no matter what skill level you're at. And if you're not subbed, obviously sub to the channel. That's of course you should do that. All right, let's go raid. Can't decide what to do, so I'm making a donut in Blender. Let's go raid Time Enjoyed. It's a fun thing. Okay. Thanks, everyone. All right. If you like my content and you're already subbed and followed and all that stuff, and you're in a position to support someone here on the internet, then consider supporting me on Patreon. I will be producing more videos, and some of those videos are going to have assets. If you support me on Patreon, those assets will be free with the videos. So I'll do like an animation, getting animation into Unity video soon. That'll probably come with some assets to get you started. You should definitely be a patron to support what I do if you want to see more of it, and to get those assets and that kind of stuff for free. So that's it. That's the stream. Thank you, pals. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.